Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to USFC 172. We're gonna get started right away. First fight, I believe, is Clamino. Yes, Clamino against BK. So if both fighters could get ready, I'll post the Parsec link. We won't waste any time. Hopefully BK is here. And I'll sort out the names while we wait for both of them to show up. I know Clamino is around. Don't know about BK. Yep, that's him. Clamino is here. And he needs keyboard, I believe. Okay, still nothing from BK. We'll give him a little bit to join. Clemino, we'll still try to get you a fight ASAP. I don't know if you're able to wait a fight. We might do that, but we're gonna get you somebody ASAP regardless. As far as who's gonna challenge the champion, that being me, of course, Luck versus Abir will help decide that. So if Luck defeats Abir, Abir cannot challenge me. If, on the other hand, Abir does win, we'll have two potential contenders. We'll have to figure out what to do from there. So Abir does have something to win besides some clout in our grudge match. And beyond that, it'll be between Dauntless and Brim, actually. Brim also has a 2-win win streak, so they are both eligible. Alright, we'll do Luck versus Abir. There's not much point in waiting any longer. Clemino, after this fight, if BK does not show up, we'll still get you somebody to fight right after. Because I know you need like one of the earlier fights. Yeah, Luck's already here, no surprise. Both are very eager to complete this grudge match. Sava, you can fight Clemino if BK doesn't show up. There is room. Eligible to challenge the champion, that being me. But you gotta win first. And yes, I'm aware I'm not in commentators talks. I'm just waiting for people to join. Cool, Abir is here. Let's start the event. Okay, as for sides, Luck will be on the left, Abir will be on the right. This fight is gonna be really fast. A lot of blood on both sides, I think. But I have to say, Luck and his reaction time is something to behold. Abir also has fast reaction time. He's got that advantage of being relatively young. He's still a teenager, but Luck is in a similar boat, although he is an adult at this point. He's still quite young as well. And I have to say, he outdoes every single person on the server as far as reaction time. And it's not even close. I think even a beer will find that Luck will beat him to the punch a lot of the time with Isabella. Okay, they're both here. Let's do it. And you guys know the drill. It's always best of 5, 7 flags, all the rest of it. Luck on the left, a beer on the right. And after you guys make your picks, I'll just make sure the game capture is working properly. Cool, one moment. It should be fine. I always have it set to Hellish Quart. By default, yeah, we're good to go. Just a little more convenient for the viewers when I'm not clicking off randomly. Yeah, they get started with a bang. Luck not wasting any time throwing that snap cut. That's what I'm talking about. Sidestep by a beer. Nice exchange to start us off. Nobody's been hit yet. But there we go. Luck with a nice counterattack. A beer likes to start the fight himself. He loves getting in your face and sidestepping. Luck is more willing, although he is fast, it's not that he's passive or anything of the sort, but he is happy to play the counter game. He plays it very actively, but still, he's happy to use that snap cut to counter stuff if you're being reckless. You can see a beer is getting eaten alive right now. He's gonna have to change something, it looks like. Yeah, they are both very good players. A beer, like Eve was saying yesterday, sometimes he's like one of the best Hellish Quart players you've seen. Sometimes he's a little bit less so. He can crack a little bit under pressure, but he is also relatively new, even compared to Luck. But at this point, he's a seasoned Barabash player, and his Barabash has improved greatly over the months, so I have to give him credit for that. But Luck is a beast. He's been with us for years, so the experience gap still is there. With that being said, though, a beer with another kill. Sidestep. Nice exchange again. Luck, solid with the defense there, is able to block it. Somebody's pinging me. I'll check that on my phone. It's best to reach me through YouTube chat, by the way, guys. That's what I'm mostly monitoring. Although I can hear the pings, I'm still trying to focus on the fight, so. Snap cut there, one of Isabella's, actually her fastest move, full stop. And it actually allows her to compete with Barabash surprisingly well. A beer with a nice leg cut, but he's not able to continue the sequence because he was too far away. But, in fairness, getting closer puts you in danger, so. On paper, that was good for a beer, but a beer sidestepped there, tried to force a hit, and Luck was happy to counterattack with an attack of his own. Nice, hit to the arm. Nice hit to the hand. Okay, Luck is looking to secure this first round. Definitely disputed, but I do think Luck is a little bit ahead as far as pushing the pace. And a beer wildly throws some swings there, but naturally Luck stabs him right in the face. So, Luck has a win under his belt. That was a great showing by both, but Luck a little bit faster with his reactions, a little bit sharper, a little bit tighter. A beer sometimes throwing some wild side steps, and Luck quick to punish them. Yeah, you'll be pinged on Discord when it's your turn anyway, right when it happens. But yeah, no worries. Well, if the handguard is blocking the sidestep, that's probably a good thing. It means the crossguard is actually working. See, that's an update that Kubel made. The hand protection of the swords actually does its job, so. Nice hit by luck. Double. So Beer a little bit shaken, it seems, by the previous fight. But you just gotta lock in. You can't let stuff like that get to you. There's a series of hits by luck just immediately. Nice. Oh, a pause. Double. Alright, Abir, really, do not chat in the Discord when you're fighting. This is not gonna go well against luck. Oh my goodness. Buddy. Against somebody as fast as luck, you have to focus on the fight at hand. I appreciate the attempt to flex on luck here, but that's just not gonna work. It would be legendary if you somehow still won it, but let's focus. Good punch by Abir though. Is able to get a kill. That's one thing you can do to beat Isabella, is get in her face for the head with a cut. The leg cut was avoided by luck, good distance management. That's why you often don't want to open with a leg cut, because if your opponent reads it or reacts to it, you're just dead. You have to set them up first, because the leg is not as dangerous of a place to be hit as the head is. Meanwhile, your head is exposed because you went low. And you can't always reach as far with the leg cuts as you can with, say, a Y cut or a chop. A Beer swinging wildly there, not much of a plan, but they do trade. But you can see a Beer still very much on the back foot there. Eventually does hit the head though, that was well done. Ooh, luck. I thought he hit the head, to be honest, but a Beer is still alive. I forgot to mention as well that a Beer that is currently no longer being investigated about the hidden armor that he smuggled into a previous fight. The investigation has concluded, and if a Beer loses here, he will no longer be able to challenge the champion for 5 months because of his previous transactions. If he loses this fight, so not only is it a grudge match, this fight is a trial of combat. This is his trial. His trial is to defeat Luck here. If he fails to do that, he will get a 5-month suspension from fighting the champion. Upcut. People are saying a Beer's complaining. Yeah, unfortunately, he's run into some trouble in this fight, and now this is where he really struggles. But if a Beer can lock in, I'm telling you, his bar bash is incredible. Just gotta get past that mental hurdle. Trial of the 7, exactly, yep. It's exactly like that. He can still fight in the USFC if he loses, but for 5 months he cannot challenge the champion. Doesn't matter what streak he gets, he can get a 13 win streak for all I care, he still will not be able to until the 5 months have elapsed. And that's for smuggling armor into an unarmored duel against Oak. Nice hit to the head there, by luck. To not get suspended, he will get suspended if he loses. So that's not a great plan if that's what he's gotta win. And yeah, also he's gotta win to challenge me as well. Like, he actually gets a direct challenge shot at the champion if he wins. So there's a lot at stake. A beer not long guarding the thrust in time. And one more is the... That's a really tricky move, by the way. The upcut and the thrust. I get tricked by it too. Oh, and there it is. A beer presenting his hand because he was a little bit out of measure. I think he was trying a bit too hard to initiate against Luck, and Luck was immediately seizing the center from him, so that hand was exposed the whole time. Definitely should have adjusted a little bit there, but still good effort by a beer, some flashy moments in that fight, and a good try. I think the sidesteps were a little bit out of measure at times too. I appreciate that he was trying to do those. Those are a great set of moves to use against Isabella, but you have to use them in measure or else Isabella will snap cut you first. Even if you feint, you're actually pretty wide open to a snap cut. And Sava, you're going to be fighting Clemino if you're available. Oh yeah, so ignore the reply, Abir. That wasn't directed at you, as you can tell. But okay, anyway, Abir's gonna continue complaining. Anyway. Clemino, I believe, is on the left. Let me just double check that. We're not gonna hit. Clemino is on the left. And not BK, it's gonna be Sava, actually. Let me get his name here. Into the fight card as well, Sava Gross. And BK is a no-show, so we'll see what's up with him later. Okay, if anybody needs keyboard, I believe Clemino does, but if you need keyboard Sava, let me know. Yeah, beer. Anyway, Sava Gross, no surprise, he goes with Sava, Clemino, with Gideon, which also isn't surprising. Nice to see a little unorthodox matchup. And it's not to say the characters they picked are bad, it's just they're not the meta characters, so to speak. They're a little bit complicated to play. The dagger thrust there, but not able to secure the kill. He actually does take a hit coming in as well. They're both bloodied. And Nice hit to the arm. Gideon is quite a tank, so you gotta make sure you're cleanly engaging him. Not always so simple, especially when you're trying to use the dagger. Bit out of measure with the upcut, but I love the attempt there by Sava. Clamino is probably a little bit more experienced, but both of these players are relatively new, so I think this matchup is fine. Sava Gross has produced some surprises before with his Sava, so hope to see more of that. His style is a little bit different from what I'm used to. Nice. High guard cut to the head, by the way. Yeah, my problem with the dagger stabs is they'll randomly miss sometimes. For no apparent reason. And they feel unresponsive. You can't really move when you've committed to the dagger thrust. You're sort of stuck shuffling forward a little bit, and that's it. Which is kind of funny because Kubold has him listed as a character who has high mobility, but I don't know, I don't really see it. But that's, again, my personal preference. He definitely does do a decent job at zoning. He's definitely a good zoner. I'm not sure if the dagger thrust is actually going to be that helpful against Gideon, unfortunately. That sword is way more hard hitting, especially to the head. But again, I appreciate the attempt. It's always amazing when we see somebody get prison shanked to death. I certainly won't complain. But Gideon is also very effective up close. That's kind of the paradox. Sava is really good at range, not so good up close sometimes, even with that dagger. So it's sort of... It's like one of his weapons is completely, in this matchup I mean especially, it's sort of nullified by Gideon. Nice hit. Nice hit to the hand. Lunges in there, hit to the arm. Gideon just destroying Sava up close. Good feint there, going for the lunge. Oh yeah, as far as Tao, I'm not sure where Tao is. Somebody mentioned Tao, but I haven't heard from him for 5 days, which is a little bit strange. I hope he's doing okay. But I've tried to contact him on Facebook as well. It's like his backup DMs. It probably isn't anything to worry about, but it's just not really like him to suddenly stop talking for a full 5 days straight, so. And we know with the stuff going on in Russia, like, who knows what could happen in the future, so a little bit concerned about that. Shanks to the body finally makes that work. I'm glad to see it working finally. And Sava Grouse is making this a fight. It's actually not so clear that he is losing this round. The dagger thrust again, this time blocking with the sword first. I think that might be part of the key, to block the sword and then go in with the dagger. If you're trading with the sword, I feel like Gideon just wins, but... Wow. Blocks the cut there. Very high committal swing there, and then is able to hit the hand. Very close fight. this time around. There's a nice stab to the body, but not able to get the kill. It's not a particularly high damage thrust, but if you manage to hit the head, it will often kill. Ooh, I think Gideon got tired just then. Beat the blade down, then hit the head. That was good. Hit to the head. One more is needed to make this 1-1. Nice by Sava Grouse. Dagger thrust to the body. Nicely done. He's a little bit more patient with that now, and it's actually working really well. Making it 1-1. Love to see it. Nice hit to the head. Sava Grouse finding his rhythm with both the dagger and the sword. Ooh, the A cut there to the body, but he's not able to secure a kill from that. And there's a hit to the head. Powerful cut by Sava Grouse. Even hitting the ground through the head. That's how powerful that was. You can hear it. Big cut again. This time it is blocked, but that blade sneaks right around Gideon's guard. Gideon's guard is not the greatest because of the way he holds the sword. He can certainly block. It's not to say it's non-existent, but he is more exposed. That's actually why he tucks his arm away, though. Because if he held his hand out a lot, his hand would just be an easy target. Because there's very minimal hand protection. So he tucks it away, and then uses that to hide his range and to sort of step into measure when he wants to counter the opponent. But instead of standing in measure, he'll spend a lot of time out of measure before he actually engages. So his guard does actually have a purpose. Even though it looks exposed, it's very intuitive and it keeps him safe. You just have to manage the distance. You can't use that saber the way you would. Sort of a Western European saber in the 19th century. Not the same thing. Nice stab with the dagger. Ooh, and that's a double actually. Manages to double with the dagger. You don't actually see that very often. But it is nice to see the dagger actually having some utility here. As Clemino moves into the thrust a lot. This time he's able to trade with it. But it was messy. Nice cut to the head. 2 more needed for Sava Grouse to make this 2-1. Nice turnaround. He was really struggling in the matchup at first, but he's showing some good adapting. And he's a lot more patient now, which I think plays well into Sava's style. Dagger thrust there. It looks like he's getting a little bit tired, but he did manage to get some hits. So, ooh, this time he got cut in the head. Yeah, so Sinthu Sami is actually going to join us. I might actually put her against Plebeian because Plebeian wants an Isabella, so. No, that's fine. That happens all the time in USFC. I don't mind. Yeah, it happens. BK didn't show up, so there is a space open anyway. Plebeian has a fight secured against Captain Adler, but I think, because I don't know if Captain Adler will actually play Isabella, I might have him fight somebody else. There's a special request for Plebeian, for those who don't know, to fight in Isabella. And Luck was already against a beer, so that was a no-go. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Plebeian wanted to fight Luck as well, so that works out. Lots of people want to fight Plebeian. We can make something work with that, though, next week. Captain Adler supports it. He actually wants... GG's gonna get to work. You still able to fight, Clemino, or... You can spare it. Okay, good luck with that. Just, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Work's more important, but... Oh, drops the dagger there. That's a funny animation. Big slash there is punished. Usami's been on the USFC before, but not terribly often lately. She's taken a bit of a hiatus, but her Isabella is one of the best in the servers, so would love to see Plebeian test his skills against that. Nice exchange there. Looks like Sava Grouse is a little bit ahead in the exchange, but they have both taken a hit at this point. Clemino's limping, so Sava Grouse has an opportunity here. Oh, the dagger thrust left him exposed. I love the attempt, but sometimes it just doesn't pan out as well as you're hoping. Goes low, and that opened him up to the upcut. Dagger thrust to the gut there, but he got struck right in the head. In fairness, getting stabbed by a dagger is pretty lethal. Like, you can die in one shot, obviously. But there are a lot of cases, if you look at modern knife crime, where it takes like multiple hits to actually put somebody down. So especially for game balance, from a game balance standpoint, the dagger is faster than a sword. So it does make sense that it doesn't hit quite as hard as a powerful cut from somebody like Gideon. It does seem like if you block the sword first, though, and then you get those dagger thrusts, you can stun lock Gideon pretty well, so... That's kind of the trade-off. You have to make sure the threat is dealt with first, then you can take that risk. But if you can't do that in time, then you can run into some trouble. And in fairness, you would not want to trade dagger thrust for somebody cutting your head in half. That would not be a great time. So... I do agree, some of Sava's bigger cuts, though, they do lack damage as well. Oh, nice stab to the face this time with the dagger. That killed. I imagine it's easier to kill in this game as well if you aim to the face with the dagger, which is difficult to do deliberately. But if you do manage it, that should kill pretty easily. Yeah, but Sava has some of these big cuts that, as far as the raw damage, they actually don't do as much as you think. And I think he could use a little bit of buffing there with his sword cuts. Anyway, down to the wire, last flag, Sava Grouse looking to finish it here. Thrust to try and punish the lunge. He got blade beat, and a little overzealous with the cuts there by Clemino, and the prison shank ends the fight. Nicely done by Sava Grouse, with a win under his belt. That was an entertaining fight, though. GG's, guys. Okay. So I'll let Synth know her fight's a little bit later. Hopefully that's okay. Alright, so I'll move the fight a little bit then, but we're not gonna do yours right away, I don't think, unless Plebeian needs to. Because we still have Pico. Pico usually needs to go early as well, so I'm gonna at least do that fight first. Alright, Pico and Apostle. Let's see if Apostle is around. Looks like he is, and he's showing up as online on Discord. Nice, they're both here. Pico doesn't even know who he wants to play today, and usual Pico style, that's just how he is. He plays whatever he feels like playing, and still does really well. He's a jack of all trades player, which isn't very common. Apostle is a bit of one himself, though. He does play quite a few characters. Yendrick against Alex, actually. Wow. Both characters are quite powerful. I would tend to bet on Alex. Alex is the best character in the game right now, and especially against the Yendrick, he does a good job of closing the distance quickly and getting quick hits in. His guard is more solid. His footsies are a little bit better, although Yendricks aren't bad. He's also pretty quick on his feet. Ooh, he's tired. Got pushed. Stabs the axe head instead of him. A little bit too far. Pico's tired again. I'm surprised. I was surprised he didn't go for the jump. I actually think the jump would have been great there. And eventually he does do it. I didn't want to say it too early to influence his decision making. But nevertheless, goes forward with a bunch of cuts there. Keeping it simple with Alex, as you probably should in this matchup. That's more or less how I would play it. Do some of these down forward Y side steps as well. Just pick Yendrick apart bit by bit while keeping up the pressure. The fact that your guard is high also increases your chances of blocking the axe to the head a little bit more than other characters. Although Yendrick can still blast through, just having an object in the way at all can sometimes be helpful. He is still physics-based, and yeah, he just moves forward. Doesn't care. That's really how you should play this. So very nicely done by Apostle. Already 1-0 for Apostle. One of Yendrick's worst matchups, I think, but that was a good effort. Ooh, double. So Pico has switched to Isabella, not something we see often, but I have to say he is a really good Isabella. So, by no means is that a bad pick. Might have also partially been in response to Alex. Isabella is actually a decent answer if you aren't sure who to pick. It can't be quite 50-50. I would still consider Alex stronger because there's not many characters who can stand up to him, but Isabella at least has some tools that will work really well against his guard. So if you play into that, you can still do really well. Pico has to watch his stamina there, throwing lots of cancels as he usually does, snap cuts and stuff like that. But Apostle remains solid and actually ahead in flags right now. Thrust attempted there, but Yazuk is able to defend. And there's a strike to the hand. Cut out of measure, almost punished there, but good block by Pico. Snap cut and then dash back. Nicely done. It's actually a really smart move. Using the snap cut as a sort of retreat attack. Which isn't typically how it's done, but that's why it can catch somebody out. And there we go, he does a sidestep Y, actually. And Yazuk took a hit straight to the head, but I think Yazuk's guard still technically stopped it by the game standard. I'm not saying it makes sense, but Yazuk's guard is notoriously good. That's something that he can use against Isabella well. He is another one of those characters where if you don't know who to use against Isabella, he is a pretty good pick for that reason. It was strange though, it definitely, his head was rocked by that hit, so it should have been a hit, but it is what it is. Good combination there by Pico. Push, nice hit to the head. And Pico did try the backdash out of it, but Yazuk's cut is really fast. It was tough to get out of the way. It was the right call to try and backdash, but it just wasn't enough. Snap cut from low guard. So Pico breaks low guard to do the snap cut right away. That's smart. Normally you can't snap cut directly from low guard. You have to break low guard first, but he does it so quickly that he's basically instantly snap cutting. It might be a way to get around the guard a little bit too, but I'm not sure. I haven't tested that. You can see Yazuk's blocking the snap cut, no problem though. Nice. Getting an angle there from sidestep Y, but he moves into that cut to the head, it looks like. Apostle tying it up. Good combination of attacks by Pico, but Apostle knows to stay solid. And then a cut straight to the hand. Apostle does eat a little bit of that, but his hit was more solid. Nice. Sidestep by Pico, scooping the head a little bit with that cut. And we're down to the wire. Although if Apostle wins this one, that'll be pretty huge for him. He'll have a 2-point lead. Push by Pico, but wow, they both went for a push it looks like too. But I guess Apostle was able to react quicker or something. Could have been anybody's right there. But Yazuk is a bit of a speed demon. So I guess he was a little bit quicker. Alright. Somebody pressed back by mistake. It happens. Pico with Calc now against Tarnowski. Both players switching characters as they usually do. Yeah, thrust to the wrist in that matchup seems like a good idea. What Luck is suggesting. Isabella's thrust game is a little bit underrated. And there's a stab to the body. Already Apostle ahead this round as well. Matchup between two stylish fencers. Yeah, you might have pressed back like Young was saying. That makes sense. Good chop to the arm. Bit of an exchange there. Pico with some stabs there, being tricky, but not able to land them. Big slashes by both of them. Pico has the reach advantage though, and it has to be said, Calc actually hits like a truck as well. He has less HP, so he doesn't want to trade with Tarna ever, but He is definitely more than capable of delivering some powerful cuts to the zone from longer range, too. And they both double. Big splash and another one after hitting the body. Nice by Pico. Very surgical with Calc. Calc is one of his best characters, so I'm not surprised he's doing this well. Stab attempted there, but it is somehow deflected, and then Apostle was able to stab him right back. But this time it is not deflected. Nicely done. Big slashes by Apostle, but Pico managing to stay solid just barely. Chop to the arm. Good usage of that move. Chop again, this time the hand protection doing its job, and then there's another chop to the head. And Pico needs one more. Big slashes by Pico, but he blocks at just the right time. That was well done, respecting his opponent's tempo, but eventually Apostle was able to close the distance. Big attacks by Pico, not able to get that quick win that he's looking for. Thrust attempts blocked by the hand protection. Feints by Pico. Nice. Perfect usage of his spacing there to catch his opponent out. It's 2-1, still in favor of Apostle, but Pico is making a little bit of a comeback. Hey, who is pinging me? Oh, Info is going to be joining us as well. I think we should be able to get you a fight as well, but might be a little bit awkward because we already have a lot of fights we have to get through, but we'll see. I'll still do my best to get you a fight. I don't think we'll have a problem with that. Just if you have to wait a little bit, that's why. I'll try to stick with the schedule more or less, so Info will be towards the end. Triangle there to the body. Nice to see the Marie from Pico, but I have to say Barabash still more or less does pretty well in this matchup. Despite Marie's buffs, Marie is now a threat for sure, but Barabash has the tools to win this. Nice combination though, the cut into the triangle by Pico. You can no longer just disrespect Marie's guard though, you have to respect the fact that she can stab you at any point and kill you now. Before it wasn't so much the case, you could just force a trade and win. Big slash, but out of measure, and then there's the triangle, perfect punish. High guard by Pico, hiding his range a little bit, then he stabs the hand, beautiful. Sidestep stab, stab to the arm, not quite a kill yet. Low guard by Pico. Nice usage again of Marie's reach. Apostle really wants that kill, but he's swinging way too wildly, and Pico locks in there, backing away just in time, although it was really close. Got lucky that was a hit to the body and not the head, I think. Snap cut, dodging the... And actually, Pico dodged it with the sidestep, but eventually Apostle still makes it messy enough such that he wins that flag. Triangle there. I think Apostle had a chance to punish it, but it was not taken. In the heat of the moment, though, that happens all the time. Pico testing the guard a lot. There's another stab, keeping it tight with Marie. And then a stab to the body. And Pico takes this round, making it 2-2. This one will decide the match. Yazuk against Yazuk now to end. Love to see it. Brim, your fight against Dauntless is happening right after this one. So be ready. Good exchange between these two. Apostle a little bit ahead, but it's definitely disputed. Good double. Beats the sword down and goes in for the flesh. Nice. Pico was tired, so he had no chance of defending against that. Pico trying to make something happen there. It results in a trade, though. Not necessarily favoring him. Postal trying to get a clean counter in. Goes for left foot forward, which lowers your defense but opens up new attacking possibilities like that one, which has more range. And nice by Pico. Ooh, it looked like that hit the arm, but Yazuk's guard, like I've said before, is pretty crazy, so... Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of contact and it counts as a block, even though it probably should get through and at least hit for a graze, but it is what it is. Hit to the head. Nice hit there by Apostle. Upcut by Apostle. Apostle needs 2 more now. Nice, parrying and then going high, but not quite able to secure the hit. Another high cut there, and then a cut under the arm. Nice. Not able to kill just yet, but Pico is tired. The flesh is perfect to seal the deal. One more needed. Hit to the arm. They actually both trade. That's another double. Pico barely staying in the fight, but he has some work to do to make that comeback. And it's not looking great, as even the hits that he is getting, they tend to be disputed. Needs to find some way to get some clean hits in, but against Yazuk, it's not so simple. They both swing really fast. And they both have really good guards. Nice exchange. Pico, a little bit on the back foot, but now his opponent's getting tired, so that might be his opportunity to force an advantage. Feinting by Pico, but his opponent just is not biting. Not even reacting to the feints. And it works in his favor. Postal trying to land a hit of his own. And that upcut is clean. Pico tried to dispute that cut with a cut of his own, but just wasn't able to in time. Okay, Brim against Dauntless now. I'm just gonna update this fight card. Just to reflect the fact that Plebeian is fighting Synth now. Alright, Brim against Dauntless now. This is a fight to decide who gets to challenge the champion, that being me. So make sure you win this one. They both have a 2-win streak. And Koala joining is actually kind of perfect. That means he'll fight Info or Captain Adler, one of the two. Let's, because Info asked first, I think we'll do that. Because Info is missing somebody. And Captain Adler will give you BK. Because I know BK might still be around. So that means I have some other changes I need to make. One moment. Cool. Dauntless is here and Brim is here. If any of you need keyboard, let me know. Brim will take the left to start us off. And Dauntless on the right. Nice, alright. Dauntless needs keyboard, that's fine. You can wait, nice. Captain Adler's willing to wait a little bit. Which works perfectly as BK's not here right now, so. That is fine. Hey, let's see what they can do. Barabash against Yazuk, actually. Interesting. Either Fencer can win this one. They're both pretty closely matched. I'd say they're both roughly high A tier. So, very, very good. Barabash might be a little bit higher in my mind, but I'm also a Barabash main, so I'm somewhat biased. They both have really fast cuts. Yazuk has a better guard. Barabash has more explosive options as far as his sidesteps especially. But Yazuk has good explosive forward movement, and his sidesteps are subtle, but surprisingly effective, so. They both have assets that they can use well. Barabash is probably a little bit more straightforward to play, though. Yazuk's combos are a little more complex, but if you get them right, they are very effective. Nice upcut. And again, less explosive, but you can see how you can reposition surprisingly quickly. All the same. Good hit to the hand there. Not quite able to secure the kill. More of an arm hit, I would say, actually. But there's a hit to the hand right back. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. You can just switch sides and continue fighting if I'm not back in time. It's not a problem. The names won't be switched in that case, but it's not that big of a deal. I'm sure it'll be obvious who's who.
Moje.
Okay, I'm back. Was watching a bit of these fights on my phone. The names are reversed, by the way, obviously. It looks like it's been a grindy fight for both of them. Lots of good exchanges. That's another double. Yeah, Sour's away for a bit. Just grabbing coffee because this is going to be a really long event. So I'll warn some people ahead of time. A lot of people have been joining right after I announced it, which is fine. Just be aware of the fact that that means we have more than like 20 people signing up. So for those who are joining late, if your fight's a little bit later, that's why. But we'll try to get to you as soon as we can. I made one slight adjustment to the schedule so that Sim could fight a bit earlier if possible, but otherwise we're going to stick with the schedule as listed. Plus the additional fighters will fight later. Down to the wire this round as well. Sidestep there and back wide. Dauntless, or not Dauntless, it's actually Brim. Brim has won his second fight and needs one more. So that means I don't actually have to change the names, which is nice. We just switch sides and continue. Brim's been doing a great job with Barabash. It looks like the offensive utility that he has was proving just a little bit more decisive compared to the Azit's guard. Still got one more to fight. Brim on the left. Dauntless on the right. Switching to Samuel, possibly. Looks like Dauntless is blocked in on Samuel. Possibly an attempt to counter Barabash, which can work. Who's Brim gonna use is the question. Brim seems a little bit unsure. Sava there. Interesting. Nice cut there. Nice. It looks like a little bit of a lag spike that happens sometimes, but they both are able to fight again. Good usage of Sava so far this event, which is nice to see. Often he's written off as kind of a subpar character, but it looks like some people are starting to figure some things out with him. Using his reach really nicely there to contest Samuel. Using him as a zoner too, so it's actually really difficult for Dauntless to close the distance. Upcut. Surprised that second cut didn't land, but Brim was able to follow it up and still get the deserved kill, so that's good. Sometimes that's all you need to do, by the way. If your cut for some reason didn't connect, sometimes that happens. It's not super common compared to usual the last time, the last patch of the game, because Kubel fixed a lot of that. But if it does happen, sometimes just throwing another cut will fix it, because you just get a hit anyway. But, you know, sometimes that's harder to do than it might first seem, because, you know, you might not have a combo ready, or who knows. And maybe it's just messy. maybe you've used one attack that's really high committal, but that's my advice oftentimes. If you're getting close such that you can land a hit, just throw another hit and do it instinctively if the opportunity's there, and then you'll land a second hit anyway. But regardless, it looks like Brim was just a little bit sharper in the Bara versus Yazuk fights and was able to get a decisive advantage with not Brim, with Sava. I sometimes do that. I call the characters the player names or vice versa. It gets kind of funny. You'll see many of the commentators do that occasionally too. Alright, now we have Insignia against Greyjaw, and then I think we'll try and see if we can do Plebeian against Synth right after that. And it looks like they're both online, so that's good. Okay, Insignia, I saw Insignia on Steam, so he's definitely around. I don't know if he's available, but he's definitely present, as far as I can tell. As far as Greyjaw, it looked like he's online on Discord, but I haven't heard anything from him. If they're not available right away, Synth and Plebeian, if you can be ready, that'd be helpful. We could just do your fight. I don't want to spend too much time waiting for people. We'll come back to the fight if we need to. Yeah, let's find Synth. I think we'll do your fight. Just come join when you're ready. I'll give Plebeian a ping as well if he's available, just to speed things along, because I'm not hearing anything from either of the two fighters, so we'll move on to Synth against Plebeian. Nice, Synth is already joining actually, that's good. And let's see, Plebeian wanted to fight an Isabella. You got a really strong Isabella player right here, so. Alright, Plebeian is going to be 10 minutes, so if you can wait that long, Synth, that'd be great. Insignia and Greyjaw are not here, so let's see if Mechanics and Castor are here. The chocolate felt like a wake-up coffee. Well, chocolate does have some caffeine in it. Not as much as coffee, but it is there. In fact, for the most part, I would say chocolate, like the amount of caffeine you get is kind of negligible, but it's enough to make you feel nice and happy. There's definitely some stuff in it that gives you some dopamine, so maybe that's what you're feeling. I don't know the full science behind that. I just know chocolate and stuff like that makes your body happy. It likes to have, sweet stuff, generally speaking. But some people have a sweet tooth, some people don't, so to varying degrees that can be true. I personally don't have much of one, never used to really, especially since I've started cutting out like added sugar for the most part. Like obviously I'll treat myself here and there with sweet items, but I just don't crave them like I used to, so I never feel the urge to eat them anymore. I do like a good bitter chocolate though, like a European style chocolate. That is good. But when it comes to the stuff that is pumped full of sugar, like milk chocolate and stuff like that, I'm really not a fan. And I tend to look for that in a good dessert. Like, is if it's filled with tons of sugar and it's just overly sweet, I'm usually not a fan of it. But if it's got a good tartness to it or a good bitterness to it, I think that's the key. Okay, mechanics on the left, Castar on the right. They're both here. You need keyboard, okay. Oh, sorry, slightly misspelled your name. There we go. You should be able to select now. Just click the window. Nice. Castar on the right. Speaking of tart desserts, have you ever tried Saskatoon berries? I'm guessing most of you haven't because that's a Canadian berry, but think of a more complex blueberry that's more tart. That's basically what a Saskatoon berry tastes like. I think that's the best type of pie there is out there, and obviously I'm biased, but it's got that nice sour note to it. Tart, I should say, especially, because it has a unique flavor as well. But it's not so overpowering that there's like zero sweetness at all. It's still, if it's made right, it's perfect. Yeah, since that's a point there, she's talking in the Discord for those who don't see it on YouTube, but like milk chocolate, to me especially, doesn't taste like chocolate anymore. It's like once you've tasted the real stuff, you can't go back. At least if you're not craving the sugar high. Because that's what they also do. They don't just put milk in it. They also pump it with sugar and just other stuff that you really don't want in your chocolate, in my opinion. But to each their own. Some people will say though that pure or nearly pure chocolate is too bitter. That's the argument they'll make against that. So it's all up to your individual taste. I also like coffee that's more bitter. I don't tend to go for like those sweet Starbucks style coffee drinks and stuff like that. It's just not even coffee at that point. Why even bother? So nice hit there. Yeah, mechanics sometimes I think he turtles up a little bit too much and surrenders initiative to the opponent. If I were to give him one piece of advice, especially against rapiers, I think it's finding a way to get initiative back on your side. But in this fight, he's doing pretty well, and he has actually put on some good performances, so... I think if he wants to take his play to the next level, he'd want to look at stuff like that. Just getting a little bit more aggressive, but without overthrowing, if that makes sense. Because you can pressure without completely exposing yourself to an attack. There's being patient, which he definitely is very patient, and that's a really good thing to have. But then there's also surrendering initiative, which you don't want to do in my opinion, even if you are being patient. Nice stab to the gut there. And Castar needs one more. Hit to the head, down to the wire. And Castar's a pretty tough opponent, so it's impressive that Mechanics is getting this far, regardless of what happens. Back Y there, but loses the trade. Nicely done by Mechanics. He's actually able to come back a little bit and score his first win against Castar. Castar a little bit behind now, but not by much. There was a one flag difference. Let's switch sides. Mechanics on the right. Marta and Janowski, okay. So Mechanic sticks with the pick that's been working for him, but Castar using another one of his names, that being Marta. Has to be said, we don't see a lot of Marta lately. I think she is a really good character, but a lot of people prefer Marino. I do think Marta still does better in certain matchups that Marine really struggles in, so... I think if you play her correctly, she's fantastic, but you gotta get out of the Marine mindset if you want things to work. Captain Adler might be best fit to answer that question, because I don't really play a lot of Tarna, but... I think when I was playing Barabash against his Tarna yesterday, the problem that he ran into was that he kept giving up initiative and allowing me to sort of pick him apart with Barabash's superior speed. With Tarna, I think you often want to deny space from your opponent. And so I think it's finding ways to do that. Especially against rapiers. I know Mechanics has trouble with that, but the concept applies to characters like Barabash as well, who move really quickly in and out. Yeah, Tarna's range is a good point by Siant as well. Despite the short weapon, he actually reaches very far with those cuts. He can deny a lot of space from the opponent because of how powerful they are. Mechanics can't move for some reason. You're back. Okay, I guess he was away for a bit, just if you're good to go, long guard. I think he's good to go. He's walking towards you. Alright, let's go. Yeah, so just in the future, Mechanics, long guard, because your opponent was a little bit unsure there. He didn't want to stab you because you weren't signaling. Yeah. But for other people, like if your opponent's walking towards you, I mean, and it's pretty clear they're not infinitely walking towards you like there's a problem, it's fair to assume they're willing to fight, I would say. But I understand it's good to show sportsmanship just in case. Still, mechanics regardless is pretty far ahead here. He's doing a good job against Marta. Goes to show that Tarnowski actually does have some pretty good tools against Rapier, I would say. And he's able to hit the arm. And mechanics needs one more. Marta proving to not be the pick here, actually. Despite Castar's expectations, which I don't blame him, by the way. Usually, Marta is one of those characters I would expect to be pretty good against Tarnowski. Okay. Connor against Tarnowski this time. Castar trying all of his different characters. Yeah, that is a rule we should write down somewhere. That's a good point, Sim. Just so that people know that is our universal signal, because a lot of people actually don't know that going in. And it's not their fault. I mean, we didn't tell them, so they have no way of knowing. Yeah, somewhere we should put that down, where it's easy to find, like etiquette rules and stuff like that. Which would be pretty easy to do, actually. We have a landing sort of message that players get now when they join the server. So we could easily enter that information in, along with the other stuff we already have. So that way everybody sees it without fail. Good hit to the head. Thrust down low. And a B cut there, nice clash of swords. And wow, single tempo actually with that X cut. I think it was. Oh, nice leg void there, but not able to quite get a hit. And Castar's threatening to dash in there. Double. Little false edge cut there by Connor. That's actually an underrated move for him, I would say. I was using it a little bit to good effect in the random tournament. Although I will say I am not by any means an expert Connor player. I find him way too sluggish, and he does not fit my playstyle at all, so I don't really play him much. I just know like some of his really disgusting moves, but my Connor gameplay is very one-dimensional for that reason. Oh, a bit of a pause there. Alright, possibly just a lag spike. It looks like they're good to go again. Trying to beat the blade. Castar not quite able to do so. That X cut seems to do a good job of getting around the shield. Connor can be a little bit of a puzzle to solve. He's not overpowered, I would say, but he is definitely the stronger of the two shield characters, so in order to succeed against him, you have to pass the knowledge check, so to speak. And if you're new and you're not really used to fighting him, it can be a bit of a puzzle. But I would say, considering that, and the fact that Castar is more experience. Mechanics is still doing a great job. Good usage of long guard to parry the thrust, but the shield caught his cut. Nice there. X cut to the head. Yeah, it seems like finding the spacing to throw that is one of Tarna's key ideas in this matchup. The high guard cut hit the shield directly, and then he didn't have a quick reply in time. So Castar was able to get a hit. Snap cut attempt by Castar. Goes low. Upcut by Castar, but the retreat X is a nice move for Connor. And maybe Castar will be able to inch out a victory here. He is about to lose, so this is pretty important. And he's definitely fighting like it is. Goes low. Good exchange again. Upcut. You can tell Mechanics is looking to punish that, but he's really struggling to find the timing. Good X cut there as Castar dashes right into it, head first. Hanging out in left foot forward stance, but I think that works out well for him. The X cut reaches surprisingly far around the shield, hitting the sword side, so it's a good idea. They're both trying to snipe each other a little bit. There's a taunt. The chicken dance there. That looks so funny. A little bit of a taunt again, trying to provoke his opponent. And you can see Castar's trying to bait him in a little bit to snipe the hand, so... Neither fighter's trying to overextend here. They want to finish it as clean as possible. Ooh, nice exchange. Nobody got hit. Goes low. Mechanics is able to leg void though. Nice. Nobody's been hit, and after all of that, which is incredible. But as I say that, Mechanics gets a clean hit. And he takes the match there, but that was a really intense final. Congratulations to Mechanics. Alright, we'll check in with Plebeian and Synth. Insigni has not responded. I think Greyjaw gave me a message that he's around, but his opponent isn't, so we'll still have to wait a little bit. In all likelihood. Assuming Plebeian's ready and within the 10 minutes he said. Should be good to go, but I think he overslept is what happened, so if he needs a little bit more time still, that's fine. We still have other fights we need to do. Coffee isn't finished, but he's here to smoke Isabella regardless, and I like that. Well, I gave you a really strong Isabella to test your might on, so... Poverty and Famine, that's a great song. I love the remix of it they had in the second game, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Okay, Usami will take the right side, Plebeian on the left. Oh, and I got pinged again, hang on. Oh yeah, synth might need a keyboard. One moment. There, try that again. Good hit to the head by Plebeian. Okay, so Greyjaw is here, and Sticky I have not heard anything from yet, though, despite the fact that I saw him online on Steam. So we'll see what happens with that, but like I said, Greyjaw will still get the opponent regardless. So not to worry about that. Nice hit there by Synth. Plebeian, though, with a lead in this fight. Oh, the back X there forcing a double as Synth tried to punish the thrust, but wasn't quite able to do so. Good exchange between these two. And Plebeian trying to switch up the timing, but Synth was able to get a clean snap cut and catch Plebeian's cut with the crocodile. Plebeian, though, doubling up with those big cuts. Clean hit. Zera's timing can be very tricky, especially in Plebeian's hand. You can see he's doing a lot of feinting, so it's very hard to... Whoa, the point deflected off of Isabella's face, I'm pretty sure, just now. That is crazy. If anyone wants to clip that, I would love to see that again. But that was insane. Oh my god. I swear, it just bounced off like she was wearing a visored helmet or something. These things happen, unfortunately, sometimes. It's the game we play. Plebeian still, yet eventually finds the stab. Looks like he has to aim for the throat. Maybe the face is made of steel or something. It could be, yeah. In all seriousness, I think it's quite likely the guard was to blame. We've seen that with Yazuk, too. Characters with strong guards sometimes do not visually block something, but the game assumes they did, and so no damage. And that's where the animations can sometimes desync from what the game thinks is happening. But thankfully, for the most part, I think that's happening less. Like in this case, Plebeian was able to get a clean stab, so no big deal. In fact, he has quite a lead right now. But he's gonna have to hang on to that lead. Thrust attempt, not able to land, but a nice try by Synth. Big cut by Plebeian trying to bait Synth in a little bit. Or perhaps hit the hand if Synth moves into it. That is something I've noticed about this game at a high level, is it's often best to throw something that can achieve two things at once or more. It's kind of like chess. Chess is very similar that way. Oh, and it looks like the point kind of bounced off the face again, but this time the damage registered, so that's good. As it should. That was a pretty clean hit. But, you know, there's the idea where in this game or in chess, you make moves that achieve more than one thing for you, instead of sort of only achieving one thing that's easy to counter. Like in chess, if I check the king with the bishop and that's it, that's actually not a great move if the opponent just moves up a pawn and blocks it, because then I gotta move my bishop, so I just wasted a turn basically. There was no point to that move. But But if by checking the king, I'm allowing another piece to get in on the action in that same moment, and he has to still address that bishop, then that's where that single check can actually be useful. Or if I use my queen to check a king, for example, maybe that queen is attacking something else simultaneously, right? And just stuff like that. And in this game, you can have a similar case where maybe you're using something with the intention of baiting your opponent, but it's still presenting a tangible threat. So if they overextend and try to call out your bait, there's still a risk to be had. Or maybe you're throwing cut with the intention of starting an exchange, but perhaps there's also the threat of a single tempo if your opponent is a little bit overzealous to switch up the timing on you. You know, just stuff like that with certain characters can work really well. I'm not saying you always should throw stuff with the intention of doing multiple things, but it is something to consider. Like, sometimes all you need is one move that does one thing, like a quick punish, and that's it. Don't have to think about it, but there are times where if you can achieve multiple objectives, you will get an advantage over your opponent. Anyway, back to the fight. Nice exchanges here, but Synth is starting to get her rhythm back. Again, it bounced off her face. What is this? Oh, poor plebeian. Maybe the long guard X would be better at that range? I'm not sure, but that was a little strange. That nose is made of iron. I don't know if that's a Zera only thing or what, but regardless, plebeian's still locked in. It doesn't look like he'll let that get to him, which is good. For the most part, he's still doing just fine. There you go, there's a hit. Switching up the timing there, and Synth was baited into throwing a cut to try and punish. Snap cut into back Y, snap cut. But Isabella reaches a bit farther, so the hand is a clear target in this case. Upcut there is punished with a quick Y cut. Snap cut again attempted, and that's a double. It's not a Rat Hansen armored helmet. Yeah, we saw this earlier when Abir brought the hat and there was armor under it. That was a big controversy, but Abir is no longer allowed to challenge the champion for a full 5 months as a result of that transgression. We will investigate this one too. It will be investigated. But for now, we'll allow the fight to commence. Ooh, right to the hand there. That's 1-1. And we've basically already organized the fight between Plebeian and Luck later. Plebeian really... not today, but another USFC. That'll be next week, most likely. What's that? Somebody not able to move? Alright, possibly just a little bit of lag, now they're good to go. Upcut by Plebeian, punishing that snap cut. thrust. And Plebeian's ahead this round, but only by a little bit. As Synth tries to fish for a hand hit. And nice cut. Another cut by Synth, hitting the leg this time. Big cuts by Plebeian, gotta watch the stamina, and that's why. Synth looking for the kill, but backs off, trying to avoid throwing it. Not being too greedy, but still gets the free hit when the free hit is available. Thrust attempt. And Plebeian goes for that same B cut, but the snap cut to the head is brutal. Like I said, Isabella does a great job of fighting for the center, and I think even against a character like Zera, this is no exception. She's a little bit quicker at winning the fight for the center with these tight attacks compared to Zera, who is a little bit more wild. Sometimes that is to his benefit, but other times that leaves his hand open for a quick punish. Which is why he's so hard to play. But if you can play him well, then you can certainly make up for that weakness. Upcut there, but the hand is popped right off. This is proving to be tough for Plebeian, as Synth is adapting to the Zera. Thrust attempt, but it is deflected. That's the sort of thing I was talking about. Isabella sometimes has a relatively easy time deflecting the thrust, but this time there's a pretty clear hit to the face. And so Plebeian got it. This time deflected by a cut, I assume. A little bit out of measure the second time, but Plebeian follows it up perfectly, so it's at least a double. Snap cut to the hand. I think Plebeian was just about to try something, so his auto guard was finished. Oh, nice try by Plebeian to punish that, but that is a really sneaky move. You can press the A input there of Isabella, and then go straight for the snap cut. So it looks like there's an opening, but Isabella doubles up with the snap cut, so there actually isn't an opening. Oh, nice try by Plebeian, but not able to land it. Isabella's guard also, in general, I would say, does a good job of guarding the center, so that probably doesn't help. Looks like Plebeian might need to change something. I don't know if LGX is better or what, but sometimes that Y thrust just not achieving what he's hoping to achieve. But let's see. Plebeian has already won a round, so if he wins this one, it's definitely not over. It's far from impossible for him to win. Nice stab to the face. It looks like if he sets it up just right, it still has a pretty good chance to get right through the auto guard of the head properly. Sidestep there, and yeah, unfortunately against Zera, that's all you need sometimes, is to sidestep a little bit. And then Zera's tracking is diminished. Nice sidestep A. It's one of Isabella's can open moves there. You sidestep and then hit the hand. Can be good for single tempo as well. Just gotta watch your head sometimes with that one. Cut into thrust, that was a good combination. Oh, I think I have the names wrong. That's fine. I'll wait till these guys conclude another flag and I'll quickly change them. I probably just didn't switch them. That's my bad, guys. One moment. I usually do it robotically, so I assumed I did it. There we are. Can continue. Sorry about that. Hate to break your rhythm, but the names were reversed, so. Nice cut there. Doubles up there, making it a double. Snap cut attempt by Sim, sidestep, and Plebeian with a nice combination. Forcing a hit. Low guard by Synth into upcut. Going to high guard. Low guard. Taunt. Plebeian doesn't bite. Good exchange. Synth trying to play it tight and secure the win. And there's one flag for Synth. Synth needs 2 more. Plebeian needs 3. Plebeian often uses some really wild moves to blast through the guard, but I think against a fighter like Synth, it might be really hard to pull off. That might be why he's not doing some of the side steps he usually would try. Synth is just proving really good at simple punishes with Isabella. And that's her style. It's quite different from, say, Lux Isabella. And there we go, mixing in the sidestep to add a little bit of pressure to that. And Synth is eventually able to take it. Yeah, a couple of flags were unfortunate with the stab, I thought, but I think Synth was still a little bit ahead once she got warmed up, so. Hopefully that didn't really influence the outcome too much. But there were a couple unfortunate moments with that for sure. Yeah, but if it's hitting the face, clearly, I don't think it should count as a parry. But, yeah, whatever. It's not your fault, and also I don't think it changed the outcome necessarily, so I'm not saying it, like, Plebeian got robbed or anything. Uh, it's just a bit unfortunate. Okay, Captain Adler is up. And he'll be fighting against BK. And while we get these 2 fighters in here, I'll also try to ping Insigni. If BK is not here, what we'll do is we'll get Greyjaw in instead, because I don't know if Insigni's around. I'll also give them a ping too, just to see. Okay, Captain Adler's here. We'll still work something out regardless. Okay, BK is here. Nice. Okay, Captain Adler on the left and BK on the right. Okay, Marina actually from Captain Adler against BK's Jan. Upcut past the shield. Gives BK his first flag. BK doing well so far. And yeah, oftentimes Jan will win the trade with Marina simply because he has more HP. Marina actually has some of the least HP out of all the characters for balancing reasons. The shield makes up for that. But she also has less reach, so as far as stats, she actually struggles against a lot of the sabers. The shield is really the asset she has to make really good use of to make up for that difference. And it can be very difficult, actually. I would say Jan has a pretty clear advantage in this matchup. Nice, low cut there. Captain Adler caught a little bit flat-footed. And it's also a powerful one, too, so it's not so simple to trade with it all the time, necessarily. And BK's playing a really calm and composed Jan, but he's not afraid to try and get around the shield and force some offense. Yeah, as Plebeian said, although we saw weird stuff, I really don't think it changed the outcome. I mean, Synth eventually was winning the cutting game, and many of the stabs were landing, so yeah. Good sportsmanship by Plebeian there. Just, you know, it's weird, though, all the same, when it does happen. Alright, switch sides. Pretty clean win for BK starting off. Switching the names. See if Captain Adler will switch. Switching to Tarna here, making it 1-1 after that exchange. There, cut to the head. And again, wins the trade. That is the one danger Jan can run into in this matchup. I still tend to give him the edge, but if he gets into a brawl with Tarnowski, Tarnowski simply hits harder, so it can go very badly for him. You want to keep it clean with Jan. And it's not to say Jan can't one-shot, he absolutely can, just like anybody else. But Tarna's sword is broader, and it just... the amount of effort he puts into those cuts is greater for the most part. Good exchange, a little bit on the back foot, Captain Adler, but he goes with high guard, trying to punish that thrust. Gotta watch the stamina, but I can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to tag the hand on a whiff. Good stab to the body. Captain Adler a little bit tired, but still in the fight. Good parry and nice leg blade. Nobody was hit. Love exchanges like that. I still think Saber is peak Hellish Quart for that reason. You get a lot of these really cool exchanges. Captain Adler switching it up. And a nice hit across the body. Still not hearing anything from Insigny. So Greyjaw will try to get you a fight right after this one. Try to be ready. I'll figure out who might be available for you. And another messy engagement favors Tarnowski. Cut, downward cut, nice. Nice, hitting the arm there. Good punish by BK, who has some ground to take back, having lost a bunch of flags, but it's still possible. And if he were to do so, he would be up 2, actually, so that'd be a massive achievement for him. And it would put him in a good spot to win the match. So he really doesn't want to give this away and make it even, but you can tell Captain Adler is not about to just let that happen. And there we go, punishes the thrust. Those cuts reach very far. And that's what Hyant was talking about earlier. Like, on paper, it is true that Jan has the reach advantage, but Tarnowski has these moves where he really lunges into those cuts, leans into them, and uses the max possible range. So, Koala, I can fight afterwards, can't wait all too long if possible. Sure, you'll fight Greyjaw then, I guess? Because Insigny has not shown up, so. Oh, the high guard cut just not connecting there. A little bit of a shame. I'm not sure why. Good exchange. Again, a cut there, but not connecting for Isabella. Actually kind of surprised by the switch. I think that Tarnowski was going well, but Captain Adler is known to switch characters, so he's probably testing some stuff out. Thrust attempt, goes for a thrust of his own. Isabella. There we go, the hand is taken right off. This time the high guard cut is connecting. Nice hit. X cut to the head. Nice hit to the head. Thrust attempt to the hand. Corkscrew to the hand. Nice there. And BK doing a great job against Isabella. Not an easy matchup. Thrust to the hand, but it's deflected. High guard cut, not connecting. Nice try. Corkscrew there. And then a stab down low. Stab again. Thrust. Deflected, nice. The X cut. Trying to retreat cut there as BK harasses the guard. Corkscrew attempt there. Y cut, good exchange. The high guard cut doesn't connect as BK backs off, and then there's a thrust to the hand. Really nasty move that Jan has. And now BK is looking to finish it here. Let's see, Captain Adler going back to Tarnowski, which I think is wise. That was the character that was going well. Dashing thrust there, gotta watch it though. Tarnowski is able to take space away from him and quickly get a hit to the head. BK showing us how to play against Isabella, 100%, and Jan is actually a pretty good choice for that. With his reach. Chop, able to outspeed him there and hit the head.
No, tak myślałem!
Good exchange. And I stab to the body. And a double. getting tired there. Bit of a pause in the fighting. Hopefully BK is fine. That is strange. Good sportsmanship by Captain Adler. Let's see what's going on. Not getting a message. Okay. Is BK able to move? Alright, I think he was just having a massive lag spike, which does happen. Long guarding, he's good to go. Yeah, very good sportsmanship again by Captain Adler. Gotta give credit where credit's due. And after this fight, we're gonna have Koala against Greyjaw. I would rather not put Greyjaw against Koala, but it's just based on availability. Insignia hasn't shown up, so. Koala doesn't play super often lately, so maybe he'll be rusty or something, who knows. Or he'll just mess around and he'll have a chance. Koala's a very goofy player, so there's a lot. We actually don't know what he'll do. It's pretty up in the air. Good exchange, actually. Very close fight now. But a stab to the body, really good tool in this matchup. I will say though, Koala plays serious. He's one of the best players in the server. He's very good at annoying you with tactics that work really well, but are tough to deal with. And I'm sure he's itching to try that new Marie. He would love it if he hasn't already. It's definitely up his alley. Nice cut. And then to the hand. Takes it right off. Thrust attempt. A cut there, and we're down to the wire. There was a bit of an unfavorable trade as there was an upcut into the downward cut. Wide swing. They're good cancel though by BK. And yeah, it looks like I think he used low guard. I don't think he was tired, but the low guard input was not the play, it looks like, and BK was able to punish it, but that was a really close one actually. Okay, Greyjaw against Koala now. I'm sorry, Info. Unfortunately, Koala has to go soon, and Greyjaw needs an opponent, so this works best for us, I think. We'll get you a fight, regardless. Alright, Koala is here. Greyjaw just needs a second. Yeah, that happens. That's fine. It happens even to people who use Parsec a lot. They still sometimes get forced to log in. So that's not your fault. It really can get quite tedious. Sometimes you're forced to verify if email randomly too. Which, you know, as a security feature, I do get it, but it's so random and sporadic that I don't actually think it's effective in this case. It just happens at random times. So if somebody did theoretically hack your Parsec account, like you'd never know for possibly weeks on end until it randomly shuts them out or something. It's not a true two-factor authentication, which is actually growing a bit outdated now. Nowadays, people are using passkeys more and more and stuff like that. But anyway, thanks Greyjaw. It didn't quite notify me, but you're in now. Okay, as for the sides, Koala will be on the left and Greyjaw will be on the right. All right. Oh, Koala's doing random characters. I see. That'll be interesting. Stab it to the arm. Blade beat. And that was a nice flag. Barbash is a good choice against Marie. By Koala. And there's a kill for Koala again. I assume Koala's on the left. Nice. Dashing to the side. Smart move against Marie, although Koala is trying to track it. A thrust is a good way to keep him at bay when he goes to that side. So Marie still runs into some of the same problems, of course, like her guard being slightly flimsy and stuff like that, but her stabs are actually very threatening now, especially if you use the correct ones. They're very accurate. And yeah, the cut was a little bit of a mistake there. I see why it was thrown. It's a good way to counter long guard especially, and if you do hit the head, it's still a very threatening move, but a little bit slow. And nicely done. Koala takes the first one. Koala doesn't want to repeat. He got Barbash again with the random character. But looks like Sam this time. Yeah, Koala is on the right now. Takes Samuel. Doing pretty good at countering Marie. Looks like a Yendrick there, causing some chaos, hopefully. Goes low. Nice chop.
Hey! Hey!
Nice hit. Needs one more, actually proving to be really tough for Koala. Koala messing around with long guard a little bit. It looks kind of glitchy, but that's how it is. If you spam it. But and it's 1-1. Very nice performance. Okay, go ahead. Nice. Jumping, chopping the head. Nice combination of Isabella. Koala getting an advantage now. Isabella's a great choice against Yendrick. Ooh, does a little retreat there and then hits Isabella. A bit of a messy trade, but that axe hits like a truck. But Koala takes a flag right back. It's very hard to defend yourself against that longsword with the axe. That's the thing with Yendrick, he's very much a glass cannon. His guarding mostly comes from single tempo actions and using your spacing. So Koala takes it pretty decisively. Koala needs one more to secure the win, but Greyjaw's faring pretty well considering the opponent I gave him. If I can spell Volblut Koala's name. There we go. Nice trade there. Marie mirrors are actually very fun to watch, especially now. The Marie mirror is pretty dangerous for both, it has to be said. But I think Koala will have the edge here. He's very, very experienced with cheesing with Marie, even before Marie got buffed. So, if you thought Info is crazy, Koala is like a whole new level. And Info is crazy, I'm not taking that away from her, but... Like, Koala is the type of guy where he will play Zera, and if he really wants to get in your head, he'll just spam back Y, and somehow make it work. I think the experience is showing here. Koala just managing the distance, I think, a little bit. And that's a good point Seant makes, is that a lot of Marie mains don't actually practice the Marie mirror much, because they're usually fighting other characters, so... That is the other hurdle you sometimes have to deal with. I feel like Koala will cause sufficient chaos or use moves that work well enough that it might essentially his experience of the game will make up for that. But it's true, we have seen in a lot of cases that it's really more about how experienced you are of the game in the Marie mirror and less about do you actually main Marie or not? Because Marie, it can be straightforward to play. In the context of that matchup. So it's really interesting. There can be a lot of pressure on the Marie main as well to perform, whereas somebody who's messing around with Marie, maybe less so. Good exchange of thrust, by the way. They're both maintaining good distance, but Koala is just a little bit sharper. And this is what experience can do. Koala expertly dodging that triangle. It was a good try, but it ended up being out of measure. Nice stab to the head. That is actually Greyjaw's first flag in this matchup. Koala has not made it easy. I would struggle against Koala's Marie in these circumstances as well, so. Oh, stab to the hand. Koala still has to prove that he has an advantage right now. A comeback is possible. We've seen crazier things. Looks like a really fun mirror though. Even if it's very dangerous for both. Thrust attempt. Nice exchange between the two again, as neither fighter wants to make a mistake. But Greyjaw has to find an opportunity to get aggressive. The issue is that it's tough, because Koala is very good at making you whiff when you think you have the range. There you go, a stab to the body as Koala tries to sidestep, but he was getting a bit tired too. So I'm sure that didn't help. Koala walks him down with neutral guard, actually. Furry's neutral guard is actually not too shabby against certain thrusts, so... He's looking for the grab. Trying to get in his opponent's head here, but Greyjaw is staying solid. Gets another flag. Koala marching forward, going for the low cut. I feel like he's fumbling some of these flags where he doesn't really have to. And now he stands still. No fear at all. Blade away stance to taunt his opponent. His opponent goes in for a cut and Koala steps back. He's really messing with his opponent now. Showboating and then goes straight to the body. And Koala finally secures it. That's what Koala does, and it's always entertaining, regardless of the outcome. But good fight to both of you. There was especially a great Marie mirror by both of you, but Koala just a little bit sharper. Allowed him to get an early advantage. Okay, and believe it or not, we are nearing the end of this event. Although we do have some fights we still got to get done. We're just over 2/3 of the way through, so that's good. We're making good time considering how big this event is, so I'm really happy about that. We have Oak against Turk now. So now it is your turn, Turk, to fight. Fortunately, some of these guys had to wait quite a while. But it is what it is. I hope that Brim is still around because Brim will have to challenge me for the champion belt if I am to get a fight today. Worst case scenario, I'll also accept challenges from other people if there's literally nobody else. But we'll cross that bridge if we have to get to it. So I'm sure there's no shortage of people who would love to take the title off of me, so. Okay, I'll have to step away for a little bit again. I'll just make sure you guys are able to play. So British Turk on the left, Koala on the right. Or sorry, not Koala, Oak on the right. I was reading the moment on my stream. It's a little delayed when I still had Koala there. It is Oak on the right side. Is Turk able to select? There we go. Going with Calc against Marie. Interesting. We'll get to see this matchup in action. I suspect Marie has an advantage in this matchup, actually, but we'll see. Oh, they touch swords first. Nice. UFC style. Love it. Anyway, like I said, I'll step away for a little bit. You guys can just carry on fighting. You know the drill. And feel free to switch sides if I'm not around. Okay, I made it back. 1 second, guys. I'll just switch the names real quick. You guys can fight now. Looks like Turk won the first one. I'm not surprised given the matchup. He's also a very good Marie player, but despite Oak's experience, you know, Oak being one of the best players in the server, I think the matchup is just really tough. Nice hit by Turk. Turk is doing a good job of playing a tight Marine. It's a very technical matchup and also a good blade beat there to instantly get a stab using the B thrust, which is a really fast option to quickly follow up a successful blade beat. There's a stab up through the throat into the chin, which is nasty. That would stop you pretty much instantly. You'd have to basically already be hitting your opponent or swinging at your opponent to get a double from a situation like that. And even then, it might not actually end up killing, because that's a pretty quick way to shut off the opponent, so to speak. So it would be a pretty surefire way to end the fight. Nice shot. Thrust attempt. Cut. Retreat. Good usage of long guard by Oak. Gets run through though. Believe it or not, it hasn't quite been 3 hours yet. We're getting there, but not quite there. So we're doing excellent for time, considering how big the USFC this weekend is. That's pretty much regular tournament instead of time frame, so. Good stab down low. Oak is trying to contest the center, but it's very, very difficult. And good usage of the cancel as well. It's very tough to punish that, especially with Calc, I imagine. Props to Oak for making this a fight, though. Double. big cuts by Oak. Thrust down low. Yeah, against Marie, Calker's always kind of struggled. I don't think he was really power corrupt though. He feels really good right now against most characters. Calc's cuts are actually very powerful still. They compete decently well with most of them. And his stabs are very effective too. He's just really slow compared to Marie. And so that's where he can run into trouble. And his body's open to being stabbed too. Against the Saber, you don't have to worry about that as much for the most part. But against somebody like Marie, it's a big problem. Marta was also a good way to counter Calc. It's just his point game just isn't as nimble as a actual rapier is, his broadsword. And the way he fights too. There's certainly ways IRL with a broadsword you can overcome that disparity, but in this game especially, it's tough to overcome. Turk needs one more. Cut into thrust by Oak. He actually takes a slight hit. It was not so evident at first, but you can hear the sound and there's a bit of blood on that tip. And there's a clearer stab right there. Turk running him right through. Cuts by both of them actually. But Turk maintains distance as you should with the rapier. Oak wasn't able to long guard that thrust, it looks like. Maybe he tried something or he broke long guard just as it hit, but I'm not sure. Positioning matters a lot too with this. Long guard is obviously the stance of choice if you're going to be stabbed a lot, but positioning can change how it will behave. And that is intended, that is how it's supposed to work. Kubold has mentioned that in some of his shorts. The type of bind you get, how close you are, the physics of it, etc. can change. Good leg cuts there make it very hard now for Oak to close in. Calc is not that fast to begin with, but now he's limping, so it's even worse. And he has the reach advantage, so he doesn't have to overextend if he doesn't want to. He can just wait, as you should. That's the rapier game plan here. But it is very, very tough for Calc when that happens. It also doesn't help his stamina problem too, when you've taken hits like that. You get tired very, very easily. Wonder if Oak would have done better with Yazuk here. One moment, I got pinged. Just look at my phone. Nice usage of long guard there, and the chop I think is a good idea against Marie, but it's also a very one-dimensional sort of move, and it has a bit more wind-up than say Barabash's chop, so it's harder sometimes to catch the thrust and hit the head in the right motion. Yeah, good usage of left foot forward long guard by Oak. It's actually probably one of his better options in this matchup. But that stab, Oak getting too close because he dashed in. Dashes in again. This time he deflects it with the basket hilt. Lucky for him. He's So Oak was able to get another flag. He's a master at making these types of comebacks, so it's definitely not over. Good usage of the thrust there to get some space back, but not able to land it. There's the chop, and now it's actually equal. Very, very tough matchup for Calc, but Oak is making it work now. Yeah, that is exactly the problem. Marie's reach advantage combined with her nimble point work makes it tough, but Calc's damage is really good. I don't think he needs a better guard, necessarily. I think it's pretty good. He's dealing with stabs, so that's why it's hard to block. If he was dealing with cuts, he would have no problem blocking them. And it just means he's balanced, that he has gaps in his defense too. You gotta remember, characters like Alex are not balanced. They block everything, but that's not a good thing. So, I like characters like Calc where they actually have clear gaps in their defense. It means the guard is working properly. There needs to be gaps that you can exploit. But Turk does take it in the end. But anyway, that's how I look at it. The fact that Calc is hittable just means he's a balanced character. So I wouldn't change it personally. I would tone down, on the other hand, the characters who have ridiculous guards. Sir Radzig against Platypi now. Platypi's already here. We're almost there. Let's see. Platypi is already connecting, which is good. I'm just double checking. Yes, Brim is the only person at this point who's going to be eligible. Need keyboard, thanks for letting me know. That said, at this point, Luck would have a 2-win streak as well, so hypothetically, although I will probably reserve his challenge for next week, and Luck wants to fight Plebeian, so that'll be his way of working his way to that 3-win streak, but we know that Brim has the prerequisite, so I guess Luck would be next in line if we were like hunting somebody down to make the challenge, but I do hope Brim is around. Regardless, Sir Radzig will be on the left, Platypi on the right. Alright, let's get started. Okay, and I'll be right back. I'll just make sure you guys can actually select, and then I'll leave. Calc against Isabella, nice matchup. Alright, be right back.
No! Zabrać mi to stąd!
Hey! Ha ha!
Alright, sorry about that, guys. Had to get some packages and do some other stuff. Dog was going nuts, too. I was watching from my phone, though, and chatting a little bit, but wasn't available to commentate. Okay, who's on what side? I don't know if the names are accurate. 2-2, I'm right, cool. That means the names are currently accurate, so I'll just leave it as it is. And that's fine, Max. If your fever is messing you up, then no need to push yourself. Nice dashing. Platypi ahead in this Isabella mirror match, which can be very grindy. No shield, boo. I think that's from earlier. Way earlier. Oh, tired swing. Somehow he blocks it, but the upcut. Wow. Okay, I think that was a deserved flag for Sir Ratchet, to be fair. But that was wild. The blade just happened to be in the way. So, it is what it is. Still good on Ratchet's part to follow that up and the stab to the hand. Looks like this is coming to a really close conclusion. But all it takes is one from Platypi, and he's won it. Cut exchanges here. High guard. Low guard. Platypi into snap cut. That's a nice trick, actually. Switching back to neutral really quick to do snap cut. Oh, there was a posta de donna there. Posta de vena, as Venator would call it. And Platypi took it. That was a nice try, but Platypi was just ready to go straight for the kill, so a really risky maneuver. Is info still around? We actually still have info. Next on the list if info is around. You're here? Okay. Is anybody available to fight info? I'll try and get Insigny first, because he still hasn't had a fight. Castor? Alright, yeah, we'll just get Castor in if Insigny doesn't come right away. I don't want to wait any longer. He's had plenty of time to join, so if he doesn't respond right away, you can feel free to join pretty much right now, Castor. But if he doesn't respond very soon, then we'll just have you fight. Castor had a problem with his connection. Info's here now. Try and join again, Castor. I'm not sure what that was. Some error code 6033. Usually you just reconnect and it's fine. Yeah. Assuming, of course, the connection is working. Okay, info on the left, Castor on the right. Sorry the commentary is kind of slowed down a little bit. It's kind of a long haul, but I'll try to focus on this one, and there won't be much from my fight, I don't think, but it is what it is. Castor gets another chance to fight. Castor will take the right side, and Info will be on the left. It actually works out nicely because Castor did lose his fight, so he gets another chance to pick up a win if he wants. Hang on. Is Info able to... There we go. Marie. And Castor will pick Saba. Both circling each other, looking for an opportunity. Info maintaining distance, as you should with the rapier. Tries to go for the hand, but Castor was able to get a hit of his own before Info suddenly throws that triangle. Oh nice, Yantra's available as well. Worst case scenario, which is good. We'll continue with this fight for now. And probably go straight to the champion fight. I'm gonna try and ping Brim actually while we're doing this to make sure Brim is still available. If not, I'll have to try and get somebody else to challenge me if I am to have a fight. Nice stab to the body. Castor struggling to get in against this Marie. Nice hit. Castar starting to make a bit of a comeback. Big slash, stab to the body. Castar trying desperately to close in. He's doing a good job now that he scored some flags, but... Ooh. Info getting tired. There's a hit, but no kill still. Info very tired. Big slash by Castar. Castar doesn't long guard there, and Info actually recovers from being tired. Maria is actually very hard to get completely exhausted because... Okay, so Brim is here, which is good. Just wanted to make sure, as I know it is a bit of a long haul, so I'd understand if you weren't expecting to wait this long, but... Obviously though, if people do have a title shot and they want to do it sooner, you also have that flexibility. So don't feel bad if you want to do it earlier or something like that. Usually they will try to make it so that it's the end of the competition, but it doesn't have to be. Okay. Nice hit to the arm. Going for a thrust. Nice strike to the hand there by Castar. Looks like Castar has made some great adjustments, so this has definitely become a fight. It's no longer so clear that Info has an advantage. Castar has to watch that stamina after taking a hit. Another good hit from Marie should do it. So he's gotta be careful. There it is. That dash thrust is a really good forcing move. You essentially have to long guard it. big cut there, but Maria is able to block it with the strong. Stab to the body, and then there's another one. Triangle, but there's a hit to the head, whiffed it. Dagger thrust, nice exchange actually. Was able to block the dagger. Info seemed to be getting the better end, having hit the leg, and then there's a stab to the body. Very dynamic sequence of moves there. Big slash thrust by Info. Info looking for that quick stab to the body. Push attempt for some reason. Little force push by Info attempted. Maybe it was a misinput. That's actually pretty easy to misinput because I think if you push 2 attack buttons at the same time, you can accidentally push as well. Which I think Kubel should remove. That's kind of a silly thing to have in the game. When you have a dedicated push button to begin with. Especially, but... Okay, this is another close one. Could make it 1-1. But there's a stab to the body. And this is very important, I think, for Info. Exchange of stabs there. Savage has a really fast stab. It doesn't hit for the most damage, but if you can hit the head, it can still be a very devastating move. And you can also use it as a setup for another attack, kind of like Alexander's thrust. Info dashes right in. Wow. Stabs down low. But that is enough. And Info needs one more to secure a win. Very disputed fights, though. It's definitely not a foregone conclusion. But Castar needs to remain locked in. Info on the left. Marta. That's different. Marta Mir, it looks like. Interesting. Castar does play a pretty good Marta. He's probably more experienced with Marta, having actually mained her properly. But we'll see. Info can still apply what she knows about Rapier to this. Get some results, I'm sure. It's just a matter of getting the moves right, because it's so easy to accidentally cut with Marta, like I've said before, if you don't know her moveset. When instead you're looking for a clean stab, like that. That jab is actually a pretty underrated move, although I do like the sidestep motions that Marta has, because they hit the hardest most of the time. Sometimes that jab can really come in clutch. Inquartadas, yeah, it's also good. I mostly use the out cortada lately, as people call it, but nothing wrong with that. Info didn't do the forward X, which would have been a cut. That usually is the best follow-up to the punch. But that's more of the character knowledge piece that you just gotta learn as you play Marta. Back Y. Good move. Don't want to spam it too much, but it is a nice retreat to get you out of danger and threaten the opponent's arm or head. And nice usage of the long guard B by Castar. It's a good way to sort of dip around the long guard. Marta is still very accurate with her stabs. It really goes to show that's what Marie needed. So the cut there didn't kill because it hit the arm. When it targets the head, it always kills. But the arm hit is still, yeah, it's still gonna lower your opponent's HP by quite a bit. Pretty wild swing. Although the weapon's not designed for cutting, a hit to the head like that would either lead to the end of the fight, or it could even still, I think, do enough damage to end it. Because it has so much rotation, but it is slow, so it's best to do it after the punch or something like that. But if you hit anything besides a soft target, so to speak, like the head, a cut like that probably won't end the fight, but it will hurt. And depending on the clothing, it might not do a whole lot. There's the good sidestepping actions that Marta has in action. Castar knows about them, being a Marta specialist as far as rapiers go. And I think the character knowledge is really helping Castar, despite Info's expertise with rapier. And Info is now getting tired, having taken a hit already. Info trying to stab past the guard. Actually, Info wins that, surprisingly. Got a little lucky there with that stab. It was messy, though. It could have been anybody's. Both go for cuts, but Info's was to the body. That's one of Marto's worst cuts, but it's probably pretty easy to throw by mistake, because I think that's the right A. So you're throwing what you think is an A sidestep thrust, but you're actually not throwing a stab, you're throwing a cut because you picked the wrong direction. There's not many situations where that cut is good, although Castar showed one potential situation there, because Info wasn't really presenting a threat. There's a perfect stab to the body from the push animation. It's nice that that is an attack in of itself as well. Not many characters have that. Ooh, parries the dash there. Surgical by Castar, making it 2-1 now. Info still about to win, but she needs to lock in here. It looks like Marta might not be the ideal pick, but maybe she'll still experiment with Marta. We'll see. Some mind games by Info. But there we go. Info with Marie, Castar with Samuel, which he can play really well, and can be a decent counter to Marie. So we'll see what the new Marie can do. Already quite an exchange between these two, but that lunging cut to the head is nasty. Castar knows what he needs to do in this matchup. Info going low, but that low thrust is not able to do enough compared to the hit to the head. Beating the blade. And there's a hit to the head. But a stab to the hand really quickly by Info puts a point on the board for her. Another quick stab by Info. Right as Castar was trying something too. Made it even more likely to land. High guard there. Stab to the arm. Nice by Info. another stab by Info. It's quite a disputed fight now. Cut. Thrust attempt there. Nice, hitting the head, so the body there with a good stab. A little bit of back and forth. Cut to the leg, and Castar does not respond with a cut to the head in time, so he eats a bunch of them. But the rapier is not really designed for cutting, so it doesn't quite kill, but it sure does a number. And there we go. There's a hit to the head, though, by Castar. Trying to beat the rapier. Thrust attempt. Yeah, both are fighting from range right now. This does favor Info long term, but Castar is still holding out pretty well. He did land a hit with the back Y. And that lunge was a bit whiffed there. It just doesn't have the reach to contest the rapier, but it was a good try by Castar. Info in the end was able to win. Okay, now we are finally on to the final. The champion belt fight between me and Brim. Let's get Brim in here. I'm afraid there's not going to be really any commentary for this one. I like to stay quiet during my fights. But I'm sure it'll be a good one. Brim, having a 3-win streak at this point, is eligible for the title shot. So I'll sort the names out real quick. I'll take the left. As the champion, I get to decide the side. But in a best of 5 fight, it really makes no difference because we'll be rotating the whole time anyway. So Brim, take the right side. And also let me double check. Nobody's lingering in Parsec. Sometimes people forget to leave. Looks like we're good. Let me know if you need keyboard, by the way. Nice, okay. I'm gonna stick with my main. I'm not gonna reinvent the wheel. Don't know much about Brim's style compared to other people, so it'll be really interesting. Okay, as is customary, we're gonna touch tips first. We're not fighting just yet. I'll just make the announcement and then we'll get started. So, on the left, you have yours truly, the USFC champion, looking to overcome my previous win streak and hold on to the title. I don't need much of an introduction, but now we have Brim, who's newer to the community but has managed to win a fair few fights, now has a 3-win streak and is looking to defeat the champion. As usual, Brim, fight clean, fight dirty. Now let's go. We can fight. Let's go. Alright, Brim, take the left now. Yeah, so if you want up-to-date commentary, it's best to listen to the stream when you're in the fight anyway, to avoid taking up bandwidth and stuff like that. Yeah, it's best not to listen to the stream when you're actually fighting. But it's all good. I'm sorry if I surprised you like that. Is something wrong? Not sure what's up with Brim right now. I hit my shin hard on my desk. Some IRL damage was sustained. That does hurt. Yeah. Let me know when you're good to go. You're doing great, by the way. I know the score is very lopsided, but those were some amazing exchanges we were having. So you're definitely putting in a lot of good effort into each of those flags. It's not easy, as I might make it look. So great job with that. Especially the Sava, I think. But even Barabash, like we were doubling a lot too. So it goes to show, like you're definitely putting up a fight. I think the one thing is just that I have the initiative a lot of the time, so I think that's why I'm scoring more in the end, but definitely some really good effort. And of course I need one more to secure the win, but it's not over till it's over. All right, good fight, Sprim. Looks like I hang on to the title, but especially with the Sava, those were some good exchanges. Just a couple moments where you whiffed a bit too much, I think, and some moments where I kept essentially maintaining the initiative, I think, is what made the difference. But definitely some good effort there, and I know the first two especially looked like they were lopsided, but there were still some intense exchanges where if I messed around, I would have lost a bunch of flags. So, GG's, and congratulations on making it this far. Hope to see you continue to excel in the USFC. Anyway, I won't waste any more time. Thank you all for showing up, and I'll see you next time.